We are live. And you know what? I just noticed, literally, right when I hit live, that my mic was messed up. Like, why couldn't I notice this literally 30 seconds before? It's doing this falling thing. Hey guys. Yeah, B4, I saw your message in Discord. B4 is making a giant rocket fuel plant that needs 8,000 sulfur. All right, let's see if we can fix this. I may have to get out of my chair here. Yeah, we're drooping. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Oh, almost. Hold on. You know, every time I fix it, you know, it lasts longer without needing to be fixed again. So maybe this will be it, right? Oh, there's always something. Welcome, guys. So I got a lot of good sleep last night. And, you know, feeling good. My eyes are still a little messed up, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. All right, I got my new in-ear monitors that I'm still kind of getting used to, but, you know, I like them a lot. Just got to get used to them more. Totally Average Gamer is here. And Elizabeth Vixen on both YouTube and Twitch. Stampy and Ray is here. Shy, of course. And JP. Yokin Stream Hype. I know. I just got to get my shit together. Always something. All right. All right, so hopefully that'll be the only technical difficulty we have today. Are we recording? We are. Music is up and running. Microphone is in place. Okay. Thumbs up, let's do this. So I'm gonna go for the full 6 hours tonight. Beef is here. Gamer programmer as well. We found the beef. All right. Mix is good, voice is good. I'm still tweaking. Very, very subtle differences every day in the microphone. You guys probably can't hear the difference, but I can, when I A/B them, I can hear them a little bit. And, you know, I'm just kind of dialing them in the last little bit, as it were. So, but I think they're good. All right, let's talk a little bit about what the plan is for today. I mean, it's roads. It's more roads. We have got to. What I want to do is, by the end of today's stream, is prepare the city enough so that we can start planning and building the Phase 4 space elevator parts on the next stream, which is in 2 nights, right? So it's not tomorrow or tonight, depending on when you're listening to this. It is Friday night PST. I like how do you see how the steam is purple? Dude, that's kind of badass. It just happened to be like standing or floating in the right place. That's pretty cool, actually. Subnautica 2 just got pushed back to 2026. Sad day for all involved. If I see Stormy Fade, I'm going to tell you to go to bed. At least you're sitting up more tonight. I did watch last night's stream because I was like, how bad was it? And I freaking looked like Quasimodo because I couldn't see. So I was like, what is this? And I like, you know, like the cartoon of like, you know, Tom and Jerry, like taping his eyelids open or like using a toothpick to keep his eyelids open. Like, it wasn't that I was tired and falling asleep, although I was tired. My eyes just like would not cooperate. So I was like, hey, it's like Mr. Magoo, right? Oh, I have a bunch of stuff open. Hold on. I forgot to clean my, usually I clean my, oh, that's okay. My browser's a little bit. Oh, hot utils. Don't look at that. We're still trying to give it away an account for that game, by the way. That mobile game that I play. But again, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So I hate even like, I feel obligated to like try to give it away so it doesn't go to waste. But I also like, what was I gonna do? Oh, this is basically like me trying to look at the freaking screen last night. I was like, but we got it done. And that was one of my shortest streams that I've done in a long time. Hey, Tier Harvester. So, but we got these curves in, and I never have to worry about these tight curves again. I get to worry about some other curves. Yeah, so I don't know. I think I actually don't like that. Is there any over there? Yeah. So yeah, we basically need to set this area. This area is very bare. It needs to be completely set up today, just like this is. Now, we probably won't put in the overpass yet, because we don't know exactly where it's going to go until we place the buildings. But everything other than the overpass, and we won't do the on-ramps and off-ramps yet. Again, we got to know exactly where the streets need to be placed. But we can do these ramps here, all this center work, and then probably all the way. We probably won't end it, you know, discreet, like in a exact manner. It'll probably just stop down there at the end somewhere, because again, we don't know exactly where the edge of our city is going to be. What method for those curves? So all my curves, I don't think if I ever used the method from using the, I'm off to a great start here, guys. Using the catwalks. I don't really ever use that. I use this method here. This is my curve of choice. So this is usually what I go with. I suppose if I needed a really tight curve, you know, I would possibly do the catwalk method, but that's usually what I go with. The sort of center point was right here, and you can kind of see how that's at the right angle from this, and that's at the right angle from that. And each one of these locations are a 5-degree rotation. And I've got, as you can see, the blueprints to get the curvature in. And it has no right looking this good, especially how badly I couldn't see last night. Yeah, Roadhog. Freaking reminds me of my kids love watching 101 Dalmatians, the old one, like the 70s one or 60s, whenever they made it. I don't even know. And the end when Cruella de Vil is like driving the car like a crazy person. And like there's some like old man that yells at her. I think he says something that would not be considered appropriate in modern day movies. Oh, crazy woman driver. That's what he calls her. Crazy woman driver. I don't think he says Roadhog. I think that is from Magoo. That's my favorite method. Yeah, me too. I think the cleanliness of the curve is just too good. You know. Hey Lena, welcome. Yeah, okay, so like I said, we have a lot to build. I want to get this freeway in and get these ramps in. So I'm not really sure what to do first, and we have a lot to paint. A lot of road paint needs to happen, but you know what I should have done is I should have just done all 4 sides at once, because you know at the time I wanted to get to like construction of a building, and that's why I didn't do it, right? Because I was like, well, I've already been doing this for so many hours, and I want to move on to building, you know, these guys here. But the problem is that if you do that, then now I have to spend more time than I otherwise would have. You know, it would have been a net less time if I'd have just done it all in the same day or maybe the next day, because I could remember, you know, all of my decisions. And now I have to like, at least the thing that I'm copying is so close. That's the good news here. So, yeah, where do we start? Start there, huh? And Mikey is here. Big Mike. Big Mike. All right, well, let's lay down some asphalt. And that looks right on the money. And then, because I know people will ask, and I kind of just want to get it out of the way. My grandpa is he is still with us, but he is he's just pretty much sedated. So, you know, I think the last time that he's really talked to anybody was probably Monday morning. Monday during the day, and he talked to my sister when she left back for her Washington State Monday about noon. He talked with her, and since then that's been about what it. He's not really drinking any water. So the clock is on, and you know, our hands are tied essentially, because he just doesn't want to have anything to do with food or water, and he's pretty much sedated, and it's been a whole thing, and there's been a bunch of stress, and you know, who deciding what happens, and he wasn't very good at communicating his wishes. So there's a lot of guesswork about what he would want, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. So it sucks. Life has its unpleasant aspects, but I guess it just makes you appreciate the other types, the other kinds a lot more. I tell you what, I've learned a lot about that whole thing. You know, it's one of those things that there's so many aspects to it that I didn't really know existed. Like, I sort of knew it existed, but I didn't know what I didn't know, if that makes sense. Yeah, let's do 2 more. So, yeah. But you know, I'm learning to, you know, ask my, you know, make sure that I know what my dad wants and what my parents want. Make sure I tell my kids what I want, so that nobody has to be doing any guessing. You know, that's the biggest thing. So, yeah. Yeah, and in my case, you know, it's not, you know, it's grandpa, which, you know, of course I love him, but it's hard on my dad. You know, my dad's the one that's taking it hard. The reason that I had such a raspy voice yesterday, and it's still there, I think I can feel it a little bit, you know, is because I've been on the phone for hours and hours and hours. Yesterday, it was a little bit less today. What are we doing next? This guy? It was a little bit less today, but just talking, you know, kind of talking to my dad, talking to my brother, you know, it's amazing. you know, all the things that need to be worked out. But, you know, there was a difference of opinion on how this thing or that thing should be handled, and that, you know, kind of sucks. So, anyway, you know, I don't want my kids, you know, I'm sure my dad doesn't want, see, we just need 2 of those. I'm sure my dad doesn't want, me and my siblings fighting over what we should do. I certainly don't want that. He just came from an older time, you know, where a lot of that stuff just wasn't talked about. I mean, and that's kind of an excuse. Like, it is. There were some times where, you know, he was kind of lucid enough, and my dad would be like, what do you want? You know, what do you want done? And he's like, well, I never really thought about it, but, you know, I realized I should have. That was basically all my dad got out of him. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah, this is right. But yeah, and it's okay. It's life. I mean, I am. Everybody has to deal with this, right? And to be honest with you, you know, my dad. So my grandpa, this that we're talking about here, he's actually technically my dad's stepdad. But as you can imagine, in the 60s and 70s, when my dad was growing up, you know, divorce was relatively rare, right? It's more rare than it is now. And so for a long time, my dad didn't even know that, you know, that wasn't his real dad. And I think he said, you know, about young high school, you know, he was told, and he met his real dad, and but he didn't really have much of a relationship with him, and is that right? Yeah. And then he tells a story. So my dad's real dad. There's a city not far from where I live, and it's actually Folsom. So if you guys know Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison, right? That song, it's that Folsom Prison. There's Folsom is famous for kind of 2 things: the prison and Johnny Cash. And there's a giant lake, Folsom Dam, and my dad's real dad lived in a house that there was basically one road. Well, there's 2 roads into Folsom. Okay. That wasn't the freeway. Okay, you got the freeway, but then there's 2 roads in, right? And he lived off of he basically lived on the busiest corner getting into like the city. Everybody like drives through old Folsom, and you go up this hill, and my dad's real dad lived there. And one day he's driving through Folsom with my mom before they got married, and he kind of casually says, yeah, my real dad lives there. And my mom is like, what the hell? And you know, because you know, it was just kind of, you know, my dad didn't really, he just grew up, and that was just, that's where he lived, and we didn't really talk about it, and you know, kind of a thing. And anyway, by the time that I was around, and by the time I remember, we went over to my dad's real dad's We called him Grandpa Lee. We went over to Grandpa Lee's house. We went over. We would do Christmas Eve, and we would do 4th of July because the city of Folsom had a huge fireworks thing. They have a rodeo, and you could see it from his house. And so we would go for 4th of July, and and so I grew up having 3 grandpas, and we would do separate things. When you're a kid, you don't quite understand why, certain things are happening. But we would do separate things growing up. There'd be 2 sets of birthday parties, but that's okay. Everybody was cordial and everybody was fine. And but yeah, my dad's real dad, I was in college, and he was out watering his garden right there on the main road. And he went out to water his garden, standing there watering his lawn, and had a stroke. And somebody saw him basically pass out while they were driving by, called 911, and I gotta change this, hold on. And that was it. He was perfectly fine, and then there was no time for goodbyes there, so we didn't. My point with this long ass story is that we've dealt with and then all my mother's family, right, they all live in Kansas City, Kansas, and the Midwest. And so my mother didn't really play a part in the active sort of like dealing with things when people were passing. And so the point with all this is that even though, we've dealt with death in the family, there hasn't been anything like this, like hospice and palliative care and power of attorney and payable on death and family trusts and probate. And like, I think we're done with all this. I think I put this in while I was telling my stories. I think that's pretty good. So like we didn't really have to, I haven't had any really like firsthand experience with any of this stuff, because just for whatever reason, the way things have happened so far with our family, none of us have really had to deal with it. And so I've learned a lot, some of it secondhand, how kind of this process, what this process is, and how you have to deal with it. And the point is that, I am by no means unique. I'm sure the vast majority of the people listening to my voice have had to deal with similar situations. And so, the biggest thing is we can learn from it, learn from our mistakes. Not really a mistake. I don't really consider it, my dad kind of beats himself up, not really, but sort of just, he'll say things like, if only I'd known now, if I'd known then what I know now, I could have done more, right? We could have been in a better position. We could have dealt with things better. And, while that's true, and I think that it's important to acknowledge that, things that you've learned so that you can make sure to not repeat your mistakes. That doesn't necessarily mean that those were mistakes, right? I don't really consider, the fact that none of us are experienced in any of this as a mistake. But having said that, kind of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, right? I don't want to, none of us want, now that we know that, hey, we really need this in, we really need to know, you know, what wishes are. You know, it's something that we can take from this and make sure that things aren't repeated. You know, and especially for my my dad's mom. She's, no matter what I mean, the next, I mean, we're talking, it's got to be the next couple of days. I mean, she'll still be, you know, she's still alive, and you know, we're gonna have to figure out, you know, make sure she's taken care of, and I'm afraid, because her whole life was taking care of her husband. You know, I'm afraid that, you know, she's gonna, you know, not have a reason to stay with us, you know? So hopefully that's not the case. We need to cut all this. So yeah, mostly I look at it as a learning. So, you know, I appreciate you guys, you know, like, you know, saying, you know, well wishes and stuff like that. And it is upsetting, but it isn't unique. It isn't a unique thing, right? And it's just a thing that happens. And if I had to choose between, you know, I don't know. Luckily I don't have to choose between, you know, one situation or another where, you know, you have a situation where, you know, you don't get to say goodbye, versus something that's long and drawn out. Like, they both suck in their own individual ways. So, yeah. But yeah, it's just life. It's something everybody has to deal with. And, you know, especially if you find yourself being the more, like, there's always that person in the family, right, that's responsible, right? And if you find that you're that person, or maybe married to the person that is that person in their family, you know, you may find, you know, you probably found yourself in this, because my wife is the oldest. My wife is the oldest child, the oldest grandchild, and the oldest great-grandchild. And in fact, the only other child, grandchild, or great-grandchild in my wife's family is her younger brother, and he's not really around. And so she's it. She is on everybody. My wife is the executor for everybody's everything on her entire side of the family. Like, at least her mom's side. For her dad, and then her mom's side. So, you know, and then I'm the oldest, right? And so, you know, there's kind of a lot of responsibility there to make sure, you know, wishes are carried out, you know? All right, let me read some chat. I've been kind of rambling a little bit and kind of, you know, decompressing, and I appreciate you guys, you know, putting up with me. My wife's grandmother is the same way. She's been a caretaker her whole life, and her mother and husband passed. Her mother and husband passed away. Yeah. So it's you know, we'll have to see. Hopefully, we can find something for my grandmother to, you know, to occupy her now that. You know, it is no longer her husband. Let's see. M Street with no lights, with no center. What's this one? Is this the same? Yeah, what do we do? 2. Let's go over here. I think this one's modified. Let's go over here and look at this. Raphael, good morning. Yeah, sorry. There's a bunch of chat. Sorry, I was getting some stuff out of my brain. But I'm back on track here. I feel like your body's here, but your brain is not. Where's your brain? I just went through that with my grandmother. She stopped eating 2 weeks ago, stopped drinking 5 days ago. Yeah, Gersoy. Yeah, man, it's the drinking, and it's cancer. If you don't know, he's got cancer. He is a tough old man. He was a tough young man. He's from Texas. He was a construction worker and then a superintendent. There's a bunch of buildings in my town, my city. Let's see, it looks like 3 of them. Boom, boom, boom. That he is responsible for building. Smoked a pack a day up until his, I think, 50s. And then one of his grandchildren was diagnosed with asthma, my cousin, and literally that day threw all his cigarettes away, never smoked again. Like, he's that, he's like that kind of like old school, like tough ass, like man, you know what I mean? Like, oh, asthma, I'm never smoking again. Nobody told him. He just did it. So it looks like we have 3 spaces and then the light set. No gum, no patches, like that's the kind of guy, right? Anyway, and drink whiskey most of his life, like not like how I drink whiskey. Like like a man, like a construction worker from Texas drinks whiskey. You can figure it out, right? And so anyway, yeah, he's that kind of guy. And yeah, the water consumption has stopped. And so, like I said, the clock is on. So I'm expecting any time, but it's okay. And like I said, I'm more concerned about the other family members. That's all. The hardest part, is the pain she's been through. That was relieved. Yeah. Dealing with the family members. I agree, Gersoy. That's the toughest part. Having a good day, gonna lurk and sleep, have a good stream. All right, Anthony, thanks for being here. Donate your body to science fiction. Yeah, Mikey needs to donate his brain, whatever's going on there. Maybe we can learn something from it. He can't. Rafael, good morning. I'm just sick and strong meds, like your brain is focused in on the word freeway. Nice. Evening, everyone. Seems the conversation is getting real. Yeah, sorry. We're done with real conversation. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Pretty uneventful day. Yeah, me and the wife need to get our wills finished. Like you said, you don't know when it can happen. Yeah. And there's so much more. Like, I didn't realize how much more there was than wills. Like, I mean, you kind of know, like, oh yeah, I should do my will, right? But like, man, there's a lot of shit to do. There's more than that. At least in I'm sure that every country's different. I'm sure that every state is at least a little bit different. So yeah. Let's see, what else do we have to work with here? We need here, let me catch up on chat. Yeah, Mikey, stay rested for sure and get better. Build one of his buildings. It's a good idea. Shit. That's a really good idea. I know 2 buildings. Yeah, let's I do need a building for the house. Oh shit. My Okie sooner. That's a good idea. I do need a building for this. Let's see if it'll work. All right, let's look it up. The one that I know for sure that he absolutely did, I know he did a giant parking garage, but I don't want to do that. So again, Johnny Cash, right? Folsom City Blues. Let's see. The original Folsom City Hall building was constructed in 1991, so he did this. Oh my God. I want to... I'm wondering if he's gonna show up on one of these pictures, you guys. Like these are like groundbreaking like pictures. Do you see this? I like had this like, oh my god. But yeah, it's this building here. I'll think about that. Yeah, it's not something I want to like just decide to do right now, but I like the idea. Yeah, this is a great picture right here. Yeah, I mean, and again, he wasn't the architect or anything like that. He was literally the superintendent in charge of getting the thing built, right? Yeah, and there's a picture in my my grandmother's dining room of him standing next to this this clock face. It's this is as tall as he was, a little bit shorter. It's probably like a 5-foot diameter clock face, right? Yeah, like there's the door. It fills up most of the door. So I know he did this one. I'll ask my dad. So there's a rumor. I don't think the rumor is true. It's kind of like a family rumor that he helped build. I don't think he was the main superintendent on the on this building. I don't think he was the super on this. I think he was maybe like a subcontractor. I think he had a hand in this, but I don't think he was like the super on it. Sorry. But I'll ask my dad. I'll have him give me a list of buildings that he worked on. This is a cool ass building, by the way. I would absolutely put this building in my city. Like this is like a very by the way, like my job is across the street from, it's like, actually I think it's this building right there in the little corner here. I'm not gonna like look it up on Google Earth or anything, but like one of these buildings right here. It's hard to say, but I don't work in this building or anything, but I work in one of the little buildings down on the side, except now I work from home. But yeah, this is a cool ass building. I would totally build this in Satisfactory. And I don't think he actually built that one. But yeah, I know he built this one for sure. And then the other one that I know he built, because I went to the site when I was a kid, was the Harris South Lake Tahoe parking garage. So it's like a combined, it's huge. It's a big ass parking garage. Nobody really takes pictures of a parking garage though. So it maybe it's not Harris. I think it is. It's right on the other side. It's right into Nevada. Basically, the state line is right here. Look at this. Look at these dudes. I love this shit. So the state line is literally right here, and one step into Nevada is a casino, because casinos, if you're not an Indian casino, are outlawed in California. But it is, I'm pretty sure it's this one right here. Let's get a street view of it. Yeah, this is it. Ooh. Yeah, it's huge, right? So there's this, and then this is all part of it too. He built this. Well, again, he was the superintendent. Yeah, it just keeps going. It's huge. And maybe this was built in multiple stages. I'm not sure. But yeah, there you go. Those are the two that I 100% know he did. I'll ask around and see if I can't figure out what else he did. Let's see. I still didn't get caught up in chat. Oh, Corthal, I'm sorry you have to go through though. There's no right path. You just do the best you can. Yeah, I think the right path is what the person wants. I don't think there's anything other than that, right? Like whatever that person wants. Cubewave on Twitch. Yo, I saw your builds and almost died inside looking at mine. Yours are so much better. Great job. Well, my goal is not for you to die inside looking at my builds. My goal is really to scratch an itch that I have to build certain things. And then if I can inspire people to, do... Oh, we're going to have a crash. Boom. If I can inspire people to build what they want to build better, then that is a good thing, right? Even if it's family hearsay, it's special. Yeah, I'll ask around. I'll ask around what buildings. Yeah. No, he didn't work on the prison. No. I was just saying that that city for which he built the city hall is famous for that song. That's all I was saying. I think a lot of people have heard that song. And it's this little town like outside of Sacramento, right? It's kind of that's where my wife goes to paint. I don't live very far from it at all. It's kind of almost like a little bit of a destination little town for us, you know? It has a great old town. When I used to drive Lyft, I would take people down there. It's 6:40 in the morning in Poland. It's time to get up for work. All right, man. The only groundbreaking picture I've seen was that of an earthquake, of course. Why is it called a building when it's already built? I don't know, Mikey. Why do we drive on parkways and we park on driveways? I don't know. All right, I'm all caught up on chat, guys. But I did get some building done while I was telling my stories, so that's good. I proposed that Sister Sledge sang "Let Me Staple the Vicar" in We Are Family. I don't know what you're talking about. Prove me wrong? I can't. I'd have to understand what you're saying first. Have you been drinking, sir? All right, what's our next piece here? This big old boy. Okay, let's build that here. Kind of need to build like one of everything over here, and then I'll be able to sample to my heart's content. I cannot see where the lines are. Tier Harvester, you inspire me to do more detail. Good. Yeah, sometimes I look at what I've built and I don't really know how I did it. You guys ever do that? Like, you ever create something, or like, I think this happened to me when I like would program, my sort of short foray into programming, where I would have no idea, like I know I did this, but I don't understand like the man that I was that was required for me to do this thing. Like, I'm not that man anymore. Like, you ever done that? When I look at bug reports I wrote 2 years ago, I think, wow, that was very smart back then. Right, BFAR, exactly. Like there's a lot of that. But I think there's almost, I don't know, for me, I don't know, this is for me, I don't know for you, but like I get this thing where when I'm in the zone, right, and I'm really firing, where I'm using I'm sure not 100% of my brain, but like, more than I usually use. I'm capable of some crazy things, right? When all the cylinders are firing and, you know, it's top notch, I'm capable of some really cool things. The problem is, you know, that's not always easy to turn on. And like, I'll give you an example. Like last night, that was not on. I was too tired. I was too whatever. And I couldn't even like get through copying a design that I had done another time. Right. And I feel like the same thing was happening when I was trying to design this building. Like I couldn't like make the juices flow. And yet I designed this, right? And I retrofitted, you know, these designs. Of course, I didn't make these designs, but so I sometimes, oh, look, I forgot my thing of, maybe this is why my allergies have been bad. I keep forgetting to take my allergy pill. Old man takes pills. Is this the stream you guys signed up for? Is this like, is this how I get the big numbers? Actually, they're mostly vitamins and an allergy pill. I don't have any like actual medications, not yet. I will if I don't lose this weight, but not yet. All right, what do we need? We need Main Street. I'm just gonna go sample what I want. I can't remember what I named it. I don't want to guess. We're just gonna fly over here. We're gonna grab what we need. Is Minnie here? I'm not sure. I often don't know how I did something when I look at it later, which is frustrating when I'm trying to replicate it. Right, and I think, you know, obviously you have to, you know, take good notes, but and I try, you know, in this game, I leave myself signs and I do think they help, but yeah. Like what was happening recently? Oh, just, so, we're talking about doing the, a new, logo for the Discord. And I have a deal. Oh, hold on. I almost leaked some DMs there. I have a deal where when you hold your cursor, it's probably really hard to see. It's really tiny. But if you go to my Discord and you hold your cursor over my Discord, there's a little shine. It's a GIF, really. It's an animated logo. And I don't have anything crazy. I just do a little bit of like little shine off of it. And Mikey's been working on a new logo, and I was thinking, okay, well, when he gets it done, I'm gonna have to, like, I want to re-add that shine because I really like how that looks. And I was looking into like how I did that, and I'm like, holy shit, I have no idea how, like how I did that, how I animated that. It's like this black box in my brain. I have no idea how I did that. And I don't think I have the original DaVinci Resolve file for that either, because it was on the old computer. Although Minikin does have the old computer. Yeah, it's a GIF. It's a GIF. So maybe she's got the project file. And maybe we'll just change out the asset underneath it, and I won't have to. That'd be the perfect solution. I don't actually have to remember how I did it. Sidewalk lights. Center lights. I would wire up a fire alarm panel on a panel replacement, but 10 minutes later, I couldn't for the life of me remember whatever wire I did, but when I wired up the panel, I did know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think Minnie's here. I don't know what she's doing. I feel that about most of my jobs in real life, as I'm halfway in them. When finished, it's like I really built that. Yeah. For a while, though I had heart problems, my doctor had me on so many meds that I had to use one of those pill dispensers for AM and PM. Yeah. Well, so when we go on vacation, so I got into a habit when I was fasting a lot. Actually, when I did actually lose some of this weight, of taking a decent amount of there we go, a decent amount of supplements. Nothing crazy, just like vitamin D and fish oil and electrolytes and stuff like that, right? And then I figured it's like, well, okay, I might as well just keep taking them. You know, we already have them. And so, and then I've got a heartburn thing that I take, and my allergy medicine, right? And so basically we just kind of, you know, keep that going even when and then I feel like, you know, when I want to fast, I can. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. But yeah, we use the the giant pill dispensers as well. Right, and then we need this. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep laying it out with these spaces in between so that I can hook up all the wiring. And then what we'll do is we will reset the lighting, make sure that the wiring is correct. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. And then we'll go back through and we'll backfill. You can't English? It's okay, man. Yeah, it's not because of the medication or because you're sick. You couldn't English normally. Hey, Mikey, do you have any of those old videos that you made during the Guild Wars 2 days of like basically making fun of me? Do you think you still have those like on your YouTube channel? I know Aped, most of his videos got like demonetized and like deleted, or not even demonetized, like copyright struck, because we had it. This was in the early days of YouTube. We had it packed full of copyright music. Most of those videos are gone. I don't know. Maybe yours are still around, Mikey. Man, I hope in the MMO that's coming that we just even have a small chance. Just a small, we recoup a small percentage of the crazy fights that and shenanigans that we got into in peak Guild Wars 2 PvP. Because I so wish that I had footage of those fights. You know, I mean, I would give almost anything to have footage of certain nights and to be able to kind of like watch those again, you know. And it's one of the things I'm really looking forward to with the fact that I'm going to be streaming these, you know, these PvP fights that, you know, we'll have our victories. Of course, we'll have our losses. There are plenty of losses that I am glad didn't get recorded, but it's worth, you know, it's worth having the losses recorded to get the victories recorded. You have an Ikoa After Dark from 2020. Yeah, Ikoa was our guild name. It was Imperial Coalition. And by the way, we've continued the tradition of naming all of our guilds, all of my guilds, and or our group, you know, our leadership group that has played various games over time. Basically Imperial, and then some kind of noun. I think Arcage was Imperial Vanguard. New World was Imperial Guard, which is cool. That was a relatively successful permutation as well. We had a good guild run on that game. What else did we use? There was like Imperial Legion. What did we use Imperial Legion for? I can't remember. There was a bunch. Can't remember all of them. Well, let's connect this. Let's turn this around, actually. Arc Rage, yeah. And by the way, our guild in Alpha is going to be Imperial Dawn. But when the game actually launches, we'll rename. So we'll get like we'll have like a I'll have like a giant poll, or maybe we'll do like a March Madness style voting tournament on the final guild name that we go with for everybody that's you know, a part of the guild at that point. But that's, you know, that's a year or two away when the game actually launches. Ooh, that's wrong. I gotta go like this. But Imperial Dawn, I think, is going to be our launch name on August 4th. And I'm really looking forward to it. There are SAM nodes up north. I might not need 8K sulfur. Yeah, true. You get those, get the SAM thing going. The losses are more valuable than the wins. Yeah, no, true. And that's another, you know, we'll have tape, you know, like sports tape, like, you know, a football game, you know, I'll be able to go back and then see what happened. Be like, okay, well, in my mind, I think this is why we lost the fight, because I didn't go this way, or I didn't go that way, or maybe as a group, you know, maybe we weren't coordinated enough, or maybe somebody wasn't doing their job, or maybe our builds are wrong, maybe our healers are running the wrong kind of build, or something, right? Maybe I have an idea of what's wrong, but if we can, you know, we'll have tape on it, which is actually a great point, and I didn't really even consider that. We'll be able to go back through and really kind of work out, you know, maybe we'll have a better indication of you know, why we took the L that day. You know, and every game has a different meta. In Guild Wars 2, they had a mechanic where an AoE would only hit 5 people. And so if you had 40 people standing in a little circle and you dropped an AoE fireball on it or whatever, right? Like a that is supposed to hit everybody in that area, it would only hit 5 people. And so the meta became basically balling up, because then it made it so that fewer AoEs, the AoEs would get more spread out across more people. Are we gonna leave it here? I think we're going to leave it here. But then, Arcade has a completely different meta, and I'm sure Ashes is going to have a completely different one. So, we'll figure out what that is and go from there. But either way, I do love coordinating large groups of people into in PvP. It's pretty much my favorite thing to do in any game. It's actually, in a way, a little bit similar to what I'm doing here, but instead of taking chaos and making it organized in a factory or in this setting, man, that looks really good. What a shot. It is people, taking people and organizing them and getting them all pointed towards a common goal, and then achieving the goal. And that can be just as beautiful, really. So that's the kind of thing that I will enjoy. By the way, I do actually have the footage. Maybe we'll watch it one day. I have a video of when, because we recorded it. I think I recorded it, actually, of when we won our city in New World. We took Weaver's Fen in New World. We held it for, I don't know, a month. We never took it. We lost it, and we were never able to take it back. That was kind of our peak. But part of that was because the game was basically already dying in within 2 months. So not all of that was our fault. And then they started consolidating servers, and that made it even more difficult, because then you have all these other organized guilds coming in from like the other servers that were dying, and then they wanted their cities because they had them in the others, and so it became really hard. Oh no, we became small. We were small fish in a small pond. We became small fish in a big pond. And we did help we helped our allies get, well, this is sucking ass. We helped our allies get, take some cities, but we never really took another one for ourselves. So that's okay. We had a good time. But yeah, I have that. We could probably watch that. Fallen, Hyperion. Wow, it's like we're playing two entirely different games. Yeah, probably. I have definitely done a thing with my Satisfactory playthrough, that's for sure. Tier Harvester, okay, boys. I'm stress testing my new train throughput. Wish you luck. Well, good luck. I have a great short video of Leafy. It's so funny. I don't remember Leafy. Do you have the one where I would talk about yaks? So there was this mechanic in Guild Wars 2 that everybody ignored that I thought was like the most important thing ever. And I basically like ranted and I did basically what I'm doing now to you guys. I would do to the TeamSpeak group that I was leading. And I would just, every day I would talk about how important it was to do this, and I would go over the math, and it's like, oh my god, it's so important that we do these things. And anyway, Mikey made a video making fun of me. Ken did the best play of all time in New World. He memorized all the options for his character creation, got this game skipping the queue. Yeah, I did do that. So I went to the, like, in the beta, I went to in like the pre-play, I went into the game and I pre-planned like all the sliders that I would hit, and then I just go, okay, boom, 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 and then so I could get into the queue really, really, really fast. And it still took me like 2 or 3 hours to get in the queue, but I knew people that like joined the queue 45 seconds after me, and this was launch day, and they were in the queue for like 8 hours. That launch was absolutely a train wreck. All right, Mikey, do these have... hold on. Do I have a browser turned on for you guys? I have my new routing system here. Let's take a look. So, routing table. Here, I'll show you guys. So my browser, yeah, audience mix. Okay, so I don't want to get hit with any copyright from my own videos. Slimy Mikey. So I can hear this, but you guys can't. Oh yeah, Imperial Legacy was what we named like the parent like group, and then Imperial XYZ were all of our guilds, and then we had our thing was the Phoenix, because we would keep coming back to life. Is there anything to hear here? No, I don't think so. This is just footage. So that... Wait. I can't hear it. Here, I'll turn off. I'll turn down my music so I can hear it. Oh, that's not me, Mikey. Who's saying that? Yeah, that's not me. Yeah, if that was me, I would play it for everybody. Yeah, that's not me. That's not me. And then what's this one? Oh, this I probably can't. This probably is me. Yeah, I can't play this, Mikey. I can't play this. We had a good time. We're just talking about inappropriate things. You have to remember, this was like 15 years ago. I don't know, man. I don't know. It is what it is. We had a good time. I wasn't thinking about that one though, Mikey. I was thinking about the one that you did. It was like a fake interview with me talking about yaks. Do you remember that one? Yeah, those are your videos. Yeah. Oh, that was Leafy doing the bomb thing. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he was just basically, so we used to have this thing where we'd say drop the bomb because of the mechanic of only 5 people getting hit by an AoE. Your entire guild, your entire group had to drop all your AoEs at exactly the same time on exactly their group in order for that to be effective at all. If you dropped them like piecemeal, then there was no way that you were going to do enough damage to hurt anybody. And so that ended up being like named dropping the bomb. And what he would do is this one guy, oh my god, what is going on over there? What is this shenanigans? He was basically just like drop the bomb, you know, it was like his shtick. when he was leading. We're gonna go like this. We all had our sticks. My brother would do entire nights of raid leading, talking like Consuela from Family Guy. He'd be like, no, no, no. Oh, drop bomb. Oh, hit the gate. No, no, no. We all had our things to keep ourselves from getting bored. Yeah, I can't repeat all the crap we said in guild chat. I know. Well, yeah, we had I can't. One of our good friends, one of our officers. I can't even say it. I can't even say it. I can't even give you the context, because if I gave you the context, you would like your mind would probably. I probably wouldn't want to tell you anything that we said, but it's probably not as bad as you would think it was. So if I give you any context at all, it would probably seem way worse than it was. So we can't really do stuff like that. That is probably the downside of streaming, you know, because we were in such a tight-knit group and we played the game every night, you know, and so things got crazy. And it's not like derogatory or anything. We would just make fun of each other. You know, we would make fun of each other. But we would make fun of each other in a way that guys do, in a way that isn't always suitable for public consumption. But it's all good. Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking those videos, Mikey. I was thinking the ones, that interview one. Do you remember that one? Where I interviewed the, where it was like you interviewing me for the, talking about the Dolyaks. We need these. Yeah, free mouth hugs. It's when you get a hug from a mouth. Yeah, you would keep the Echo After Dark off. Yeah, the New World launch was a nightmare. So depressing. Yeah. You think a quick tour is in order? Why do we need a quick tour? Sorry, did I miss something? Oh, Fallen Hyperion. Oh, for Fallen Hyperion. Clever use of game mechanics. Yeah, that's true. We did do that a lot too. Yeah, exactly. The WoW Guild stuff. Yeah. It wasn't as bad. I'll tell you this. We didn't say anything nearly as bad as like Call of Duty lobby. That's for sure. A better time. Yeah, we could do a little mini tour maybe. I'm already basically done with this freeway. So let's finish off this freeway and then we'll do a little bit of a mini tour. I know what you were asking for, but you don't remember what I was talking about. Plus you don't have the video. Yeah, Mikey, it was great. It just had my character, and then you had somebody do the voice of, basically it was like one of those, like a spoof on like those like 2020, you know, like murder documentary kind of thing. And it was talking about me, like in the third person, and how I was like super weird, and I was into like, because I would always talk about killing these. You had to kill the supply animals. They were these giant yaks, and so, what do we do here? Basically, he made me out to be like a serial killer. A little bit like, what's that guy's name? The one that did where he'd surprise people that were trying to meet people that were underage or whatever. Kind of like that, but not. Oh, let's do this. But more like a serial killer. It was funny. You had to be there. I know it doesn't sound funny. I know it sounds bad, but it was funny. And then I was obsessed with these animals. And it, you know, it was like the first sign of a serial killer. I did talk about killing those supply wagons a lot. Taking the enemy's supply is very important, people. Okay, Sun Tzu said it, not me. No, not that one. Modern Warfare 2. Yeah, I played a lot of Modern Warfare 2. Like, I played Modern Warfare and I was like, oh my gosh, this game is amazing. And then Modern Warfare 2 hit and yeah, it was a thing. Where else? Oopsie. Yeah, that's pretty much the only time I played on console. I played Halo, but to put these walls in. Yeah, I never played Pal World. I had a channel at the time. I mean, I had my channel, right? That's another one of those games that I definitely could have played on the channel, but I didn't because I was playing Satisfactory. And in that way, you know, Satisfactory has kind of felt limiting. But, you know, that's why I'm doing my Wildcard Wednesdays, you know? So if something like Power World or Schedule 1 or Expedition 33 comes up that is something that I'm interested in and like a big game that everybody's playing, you know? But first and foremost, I have to be personally interested in playing. I'm not going to ever play anything on this channel that I don't want to play. Or I'm never going to play anything on this channel only because other people are playing it, I guess is probably a better way of saying that. The train test failed. Sad day. You have 70 plus people on here? I had 400 last night. We'll get there. Yeah, let's finish building. Let me finish building out this project. And as soon as we're done with this project, I think it'll be a great time for a tour. Yeah, Chris Hansen. That's what I can think of. Yeah, it was kind of like a Chris Hansen interview, but it was more directed on the implication is because I was always talking about, you know, killing the supply chain, and they were drawn by these giant yaks, and so it was written as if I was a serial killer. It was pretty funny. Mikey was pretty funny back in the day. He's not so funny now. Oh, look, invisible wall. No, we don't. Thought we had that invisible wall bug. Now all he does is throw puns at me. Let's do this one. You love to see a tour? Well, gosh, now there's a bunch of people that want a tour. That's crazy. You all start talking about Power World as I'm playing Power World. Taking a bit of a break from Satisfactory. Yeah, I think we all need a break. That's the nice thing about having a bunch of different games. Chris Handsome. Sounds like an APED thing. It might have been. I thought it was you, Mikey. I thought you're the one that made that. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's connect this. I've got maybe 20 minutes left on this section that I'm building right here, and then we'll do a tour, okay, guys? The Punnery Sergeant? Oh, he's worse than that. He's a major pain in my ass. He was in the military. Mikey, if you don't mind sharing, what was your what was your rank? It doesn't matter what your rank was. You're a major pain in my ass. That's your rank now. Punnery Sergeant's a good one, though. Let's connect these. I missed this connection here. I don't know that. Actually, let's just delete this whole thing. Factory games do indeed destroy your time. Other games, happy marriage, time with kids, stable job, health and quality of life, but the factory must grow. Hey, you know what? I look at it like this. Everybody has things that they choose to do with their free time. Typically, it relaxes them. You know, whatever reason you choose, your time is your time. And my time is my time. And we all have a right to that. Now, obviously, your free time shouldn't, harm, your use of your free time can't encroach on other people's needs. But if I've got 3 hours a day or 4 hours a day or 6 hours a day to do something for myself, and I choose a video game, I see no difference in that and choosing watching television or whatever. Please play responsibly. All right, let's reset this again. You were Lance Coconut. Prestige 7. Dude, that's not where I want to go. I want to go in this building. I can't even remember how high prestige I got, but I got pretty good at dropping nukes on people. God, I would play on Nuketown, and all I would try to do is get a nuke in Nuketown for the memes. Oh, his rank was Prestige 7. No, He has more. Mikey had more than a Call of Duty rank. I had a Call of Duty rank. That was the only rank I've had. The only rank that I've ever had is the description of my smell. Okay, we have to put all of these walls in. And where does it land? There. Dyson Sphere destroyed a winter for you? Oh, I'm still on break from New World playing Satisfactory, and I've been doing it for 2.5 years. You were really good at feeding kills to the enemy in Call of Duty. And Stater, remember in COD, the cheaters that would have the respawn flare and have their friend kill them over and over to get the nuke. You used to have to get out to track them down and kill them. Yeah, I actually do remember that. I remember one time it was in the map. It had it was in like a city situation. And it was like a cargo plane maybe. Modern Warfare 2 maps. Modern Warfare 2 map list. Can't be reached. Why you gotta tease me like that, bro? Wasn't this one? Although I loved this one too. Wish I had better pictures. That's Modern Warfare 3. I remember this one too. Was it a Modern Warfare 3? It wasn't Terminal. I remember playing this one too. Scrapyard? Was it Scrapyard? God, that's such a good game. I think it was Scrapyard. Anyway, sorry, I got close to the mic there. I got a double headshot. I'll never forget. Yeah, I played a lot of Modern Warfare 3 as well. That's when I was young and quick. You will not see me play an FPS in this channel, on this channel. No. Yep, this is what we did. Can we not? Thank you. Okay, that looks very nice. Yeah, it had the open cargo planes. Yeah, Rust. Yeah, Rust. You would get a lot of nukes on Rust too, right? Wasn't that the one that was kind of like the? Actually, it was Modern Warfare 3 maps. Dude, this shit makes me feel things. Seeing these. I did some crazy shit on Carnival too. Yeah, this is Modern Warfare 3. I didn't play this one. This is too new. Yeah, Corey. I remember Corey. I mean, I remember them all. I played them so much. Hours and hours and hours. It was a lot of fun. I made a lot of friends. I made a lot of friends that I still play today. With. Not as much as I did in Guild Wars 2. I will say that. That's all we have? That's all you're giving me here? Is there a place you want me to post for you? No, you can just send them to me. Like you are. I wonder if this is copyright free music. It's probably not. The Seasons was the best thing they ever did. I can't believe they stopped it. We had 2 seasons. Oh, like I played so much during these times. This was a video we did for the entire server. So these are all the different guilds that would work together. Yeah, Tesla put this together. She was a good editor. All right, where's us? Gotta find us. I must have missed us. Man, that's like all credits. Yeah, where are we? I'm sad. Oh, there we are. Let's see. Am I raid leading here? Yep, there I am. All right, here we're gonna do a. I'm raid leading. I can see it. You see it? Evil kin. I was evil Knievel. There you go. That was all we had? Lame. We got gypped. Yeah, no worries. I gotta reset my my personal mix here. All right, back to it. Oh, these colors are wrong. What color do we use? I bet you we just use this color. Concrete walls. There, that'll fix that. Yeah, anyway, the point with that is I'm looking forward to the fact that, you know, we'll have the ability to make those kind of videos, and those videos they'll live on my channel, and they'll have like high production quality and high fidelity recording, and so the biggest, I just got to make sure that I'm able to make the fights happen. I got to bring the content. Have I played Factorio? Yeah, I have a full playthrough of Factorio on my channel. Yeah, I liked it a lot. It's certainly different than Satisfactory, of course. It's a different game. I have more time in Satisfactory, and so that would imply that I like Satisfactory more, and that's probably true. But that doesn't mean I didn't like it. I liked it a lot. Yeah, let's keep going here. And I want to play Factorio again. I want to do a playthrough where I was feeling very rushed in that playthrough that I did earlier this year, and there was a lot of things that I didn't do to my fullest capability, and so I want to maybe sometime next year, or if there's an expansion. I know we just had an expansion, but if there's something like that, then I would play it again for sure. All right, let's get the triangles in. Or maybe even if there's not. But there's a lot of other games that I would play before another playthrough of Factorio. Obviously, Ashes of Creation, that's going to be big. We have to finish this playthrough. We're not going to quite finish this. I would say we have, if Ashes of Creation was launching their Alpha 3 in September 4th instead of August 4th, I could probably finish this, doing 4 streams a week, this entire playthrough. So in a sense, we'll be a month short, but because after we start playing Ashes, we're gonna go down to 1, maybe 2 at most streams of this. It's gonna get, instead of 1 month, it's gonna be 3 to 4 months. And so we're looking at probably finishing this off completely, definitely by the end of the year. But I've also heard a lot of rumors that phase 5 goes very, very fast. That phase 4, what we just finished, these complicated factories over here, that these are really the hardest factories in the game. How many hours did this save? We cracked 800. We are over 800. I think we're going to be pretty close to 1,000, maybe a little bit over 1,000. Sorry, I got another video here. Mikey's sending me the good stuff. I'm reliving my glory days. Is this like Uncle Rico? Man, if I did go to state. There's my brother. There's Morgoth. This is a long ass video. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. That's true. They talked a lot of shit. We took first place. Hey, that's me commanding. You guys want to listen? Yeah, let's switch it over. My old microphone. My old headset microphone in TeamSpeak. This is probably 12 years old. Let's set this up so you guys can hear it. I don't know what the mix is going to be like for you guys. Should be nice and loud. I'll go back. Hold on. I know you guys can't hear it. I'm going to fix it. There we go. Probably. One, 3, 2, 1. Bail down. Go ahead. Probably gonna hit with music here. I don't know what music this is. We nuked him, by the way. That's a big win. Yep, that's it. That was me. I was just counting down ask for might, so you would stack a let's get the music back on. You would stack a we good? Everything good? Yeah, we're good. You would do a specific thing to stack a stat before you would go in, and then I was just calling for that. Nothing crazy. Just timing out everybody's attacks. We were very concerned with like operational security stuff back then, and so like even in like recorded videos, we would be careful about like, you know, what we shared and stuff. But in the end, I think that stuff is kind of silly in the end, because people learn your tactics, and you're never going to keep any advantage that you have in tactics. You're not going to keep for very long, so it doesn't really matter. And that's why I don't really like streaming was just kind of starting when we were doing that, and there were people that like were in the guild that wanted to stream, and I didn't allow it because I didn't want, you know, I didn't allow my voice comms in their stream because I didn't want, you know, people figuring out how we did what we did. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, because, you know, I'm older now and at least a little bit wiser, and in the end, you know, to me it goes down to this idea that you know, ideas are cheap. Okay, it's execution. Execution is what matters. Who cares if they knew exactly what we were calling? You know, they have to fight that. They have to be They have to execute better than us. You know, I don't care. I mean, you can basically see what we're doing, you know? So I thought it was a big deal at the time. I don't really think it's that big of a deal anymore. And it's one reason why I'm gonna share and stream everything, you know? Yeah, I just come in the internet. We did. We rocked the gold and black while we PvP'd. Guild Wars 2 is a very cosmetic-based game. Broke 100 hours on your first factory. Nice. Yeah, like I said, we're at 800 hours here. Yeah, 2013 mic quality. Yeah, and recording quality too. Okay, what's next? We gotta put the rails in. Oh, you don't sample, huh? These modern railings don't sample. Yeah, we had a war council. It was a whole thing. Actually, there's a really funny story about some shenanigans that went on. So we had a server-wide TeamSpeak, and we were very careful about, you know, people getting let in and, you know, making sure that, you know, we didn't have spies, because we took this shit very seriously, you guys. It cannot be overstated how seriously everybody took this shit. And when on launch day, our TeamSpeak server was hit with a DDoS attack, and it was hit repeatedly by DDoSing. And we actually got a bunch of money together. We donated money. We got a bunch of money, and yeah, TeamSpeak 3. And we tried to hire DDoS protection services for our for the game, and basically they laughed at us. They basically said, "You're not getting DDoSed. Nobody would DDoS your TeamSpeak. Nobody in the world would spend resources to DDoS a TeamSpeak." That's what they said. Yeah, we did a little bit of Vent, but we never really got into Vent. I did Vent with my Star Wars The Old Republic guild, but then Discord was coming out, and you know, Discord is just, it's so good. I think all we have left to do really is the painting. Let's knock out this painting. But basically, we had our representatives of the TeamSpeak go to, sorry, I have the hiccups. Go to these companies to try to talk about DDoS protection, and they just laughed at us. They straight up just were like, no, you know, it's not true. It's pretty funny. And then there was one company that was like, okay, we'll take your money. And then they were shocked. They were like, oh my God, you actually are getting DDoSed. And we're like, we freaking told you guys. It was cutthroat. Anything in the middle? Yeah, we have these lines in the middle here. What are those? Are those solid lines or dotted? No, those are solid. All right. Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, Guild Wars 2 was very interesting in that even years after the game came out, people were still kind of... The combat had some really interesting mechanics. Mostly I'm talking about combo fields. And so, like, what would happen is, like, let's say... Sorry, I'm going to do this thing. Let's say you drop a fire field, okay? All right, so like let's say your guardians, all right? They would drop a yellow circle, a fire field, right? Then what you could do is you could get your hammer warriors, okay, to basically take and do an ability that was called a blast. There were different kinds of fields, right? There was like a fire field. There was a fire field. There was a there was like a chaos field. Oop. Right? There was a chaos field. Oh my God, Becky. Right? What else? What else did they have, Mikey? There was like healing fields. Right? I can't remember like a green field for something. And then what you would do is then you had your different fields, and then you had your different abilities. So you had like your blasting, right? Circles are not what I wanted. You had like your blasting, and then you had projectiles through the field. So if you blasted on it, or you shot a projectile through it, or what else could you do? I can't remember. There was some other things that you could do. So basically, if you blasted in a fire field, it did one effect. If you did a projectile through, a chaos field, it did a different effect. And you could stack these effects in ways that, provided some really, really powerful things. And, if somebody just does it on accident, like, that's fine, right? If one person happens to do a blast of a fire field for your guild, okay, whatever. But if your entire group blasts fire fields all at the same time, the amount of extra damage that would give your group was enough to just decimate the enemy, right? And so the guilds that figured some of this stuff out first, they were very careful to try to keep it protected. But we all end up, meta evolves over time. All right, we need that in the middle, and then we'll go that there. Okay. It is such a slap in the face that rocket fuel gives compacted coal as a byproduct. Yeah, it is pretty funny. I got all this sulfur and coal, and you just don't need it anymore. There is some kind of mechanic like that in Ashes of Creation. I don't think it's the same, but there's something like that. Where what one person does effects, you know, how you can kind of combo stuff together. All right, looking good. Let's get this in. And let's get our arrows. Okay. And then this. And yep. So what we did, yeah, it looks good. Yeah, leaps. Yeah, if you leapt through a field, it created an effect on you. The blasting really is what the good shit was. But there were downsides too. Like if I wanted a fire field and I wanted to blast on a fire field, but somebody else was careless and they put a chaos field on top of it, it would only activate on the most recently dropped field. And so you really had to, you know, get disciplined with your group. It was great because it rewarded high level coordination. You know, it was not, you know, get 30 people together and if they could fight well individually, then they would win. No. You had to fight with specific group tactics, you know? And it was a lot of fun. And we at one point, our guild was, you know, I mean, we were in the #1 tier, so we were on the cutting edge of some of that meta. You know, or we would do something on accident. Usually what happens, right, is you do something on accident and you're like, "Oh my god, that was amazing." And then you start doing it on purpose, right? Oh, I gotta do this one too. Thought I did this one. I've learned that instead of building factories I build power plants. I think we're about done here. Are you guys still here? Cube Wave and Fallen Hyperion. That sounds like the name of a book. Isn't there a book called Hyperion? Is that what your character? Is that what your screen name is named after? Oh, we need some arrows. We need a shit ton of arrows. All right, Lena, have a good night. It's a random Xbox Live game name. Nice. All right, arrow time, baby. Lots of arrows. All right, here's a trick if you haven't seen. I'm going to fix the Z fighting there. That Z fighting that you see. Now, I could possibly just delete this. Maybe I could. That's probably how I've done it in the past. We're going to fix this a different way. So what we're looking for is to slide this up just barely to where it's not where we have the no clipping color, not white. We're gonna do this. Oops. And so what this has done is it has brought that foundation up a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. And we're gonna take advantage of the fact that it is up in a tiny amount, and now it doesn't clip, or it doesn't Z fight. Now let's try fixing it the other way, where we would go like this and just nudge it to where it doesn't interfere. And this is faster in this case, but sometimes you need that ability to raise that up a little bit. Unstater, halfway around this map with your train, headed to bed. See you guys later. All right, have a good night. Oh, we gotta do arrows. All right, is that what we did? Yep. This is right. Okay. Okay. Nice. Now, I do think... Shit. There's one more thing that I forgot. We just have to line this... All right, let's knock this out. I promise. This is like the winds of winter. It's coming. tour's coming. That's not gonna work. That's right. Yep. Nudging should be finer in your opinion? Yeah, it would be nice if we had a ability to fine-tune our nudges a little bit better. Sorry. Late night drama. Something I can do about it. There's a disagreement on what should be done. For my grandpa. I've got my phone. I'll keep an eye on it. If anybody needs me, I will end the stream immediately without any question or qualms. But I'm not really in a position to. I'm just the grandson. Nobody wants to listen to me. So, my turbo fuel plant to rocket fuel, and I have to place 200 fuel gens at 240. Nice. I placed 1,200 fuel gens in my Superstar Destroyer factory. It was a fun time. Mike from Indy, my Lumen budget is always tight. Yeah, it's okay. I'm pretty much protected. I feel sorry for the family, and like I said, there's a bit of a contest of wills going on. No pun intended. About what should be done in these final. And sometimes people are choosing things and they don't understand the consequences of their choices. All right. I mean, are we done with, because I think this is the minimum that I had planned to do today. This went together shockingly fast. We've been going for 2 hours, and I keep getting distracted. I keep tabbing out. We keep looking at, old Guild Wars 2 footage from, back in the day. I think that this went together really fast. I love blueprints, man. Took all the oil from the entire coast of the map and turned it all into turbo fuel. That was fun. Nice. They care. It's just there's a misunderstanding about what certain things mean. And I got to give it to, the healthcare. They've provided a lot of options. Some would say too many options. They've been great. I don't have any complaints about that. It's just the family trying to decide, and everybody wants to just do what's best, but what does that mean? So, like I said, things are happening, and if somebody needed me to go and sit at the hospital, I would go and do that in a heartbeat, but I'm not really in a position to be able to help in that way. That's okay. Yeah. All right, let's switch gears here, and like I said, I'll keep an eye on things, but I don't think there's anything else happening tonight in terms of my family situation. So we're gonna focus up and recommit to kind of walking through this. What's your the videos, Mikey? No, I asked you. All right, so I've done a lot of tours via with a dog at your feet. That's a reference from a movie that I used to watch growing up. When I die, bury me with a dog at my feet. It's either The Four Feathers, like a really old version, like an old movie, The Four Feathers, or it's like Beau Bridges. Is that what's in my head? I don't know. It's an old movie. Probably an old movie I watched with my grandpa. Okay, so we've done a lot of tours with the city from the car, but it's kind of hard to see the buildings when we are in the car, so we'll kind of fly around this time. So the central building that we've been kind of constructing our roads around is the central storage, and all of those truck stations that we were working nearby, and the reasons why we have so many ins and outs, and we have these roundabouts on the outside, and it's so that we can get a lot of trucks through a relatively small area, and we have all of these truck stations available to drop off, and basically any items that drop off get sent up into the central storage up there, and kind of our array of dimensional depots. That's why we've got all of these items available to us. My rig, I actually just upgraded my rig. We're talking in May, so about 6 to 8 weeks ago, I upgraded everything. I have one of, if not the best possible PC available to be bought. At least it was 2 months ago. And that is, I've got a 5090, an MSI Supreme liquid cooled 5090. So it's not the Founders Edition. It is a liquid cooled 5090. And I've got the 9950X3D combo, or the GPU that is good at both multi-core and high speed, because I do a lot of editing and rendering on this channel, or on this computer. Minikin does most of the editing, but I do all the finalizing and the rendering. Plus, we're currently recording this. I record on my main computer for that editing footage, and then I'm actually shipping the signal to a live stream computer. I have 2 PCs running, and that live stream computer is what is doing the encoding for both YouTube and Twitch. So yeah, I have a lot going on in order to get this to look right, to get this to look well. But yeah, the rig is helpful. There's still some artifacting. I mean, you can see if you look at the cup, right, and I swing it down, it takes a quick second for, you know, those blocks to appear. So there's some little things here. I think our FPS last I looked was in the 40s. When I first got to 5090, there were no machines in this building. This building here did not exist, and that building did not exist, the power plant. And I was getting 80 to 85 frames per second before those things existed. So it does make a difference. And I think a lot of it's probably my signs more than it is, you know, maybe the machines. There's a lot of signs, especially over there. But there's also a lot of calculations happening too. So, but yeah, this is the central storage. And I am doing a Cyberpunk City theme, and kind of my overall aesthetic, I'm kind of using this as sort of my Bible. You did see those depot boosters. Those are dope. Yeah, you saw that side video that we made, that clip of the live stream. Nice. But yeah, this is kind of my aesthetic Bible, and if I don't know like how to move forward with something, we go back and we look at this. This is directing our teal. I'm also, except for the central building, you know, really if each building has its own color theme. The central building has both, but right, that's a purple building, that's a green building, that's a purple building, that's a green one. So that's kind of what I'm doing there. And then all of these are also based on real life buildings. This is based off of the Shard in London. This twisting building is based off of a tower in Bahrain. And then this is the Mercury City Tower in Moscow. And this is the John Hancock building in Chicago. So yeah, they all have kind of a real world inspiration, at least these four, right? At least these four. So yeah, I mean, there's not really much to see in each of these. Just a bunch of machines, obviously. This is our basics factory here, the Shard. You know, we can actually kind of look at the factory plan here. I've got all these planned out in Satisfactory tools, but this is the factory layout. I think the big takeaway from this is the wire, making a lot of wire. And the other thing is, I'm not like syncing this wire. I'm not sending this to central storage. I'm sending this to another factory. Oh, Minikin is here finally. So I'm sending this to another factory. What were you doing? Were you editing? And there's a lot of the inner factory communication and sending, and that's what all these trucks are doing. Okay, all of these trucks are delivering various inputs, or wow, he just totally ran his ass over. They're delivering inputs and outputs between these factories. Okay, and so for instance, the Shard here, it makes wire for this factory, but it also makes copper sheets for this factory. And then when those trains travel between buildings, they have to stop and get fuel. And so this is my gas station. The Nostromo fueling station. I think every route has only one truck, and I think that each of these stations or most of these stations have only one route, but we did have to double up on a couple of them on the ends. Sorry. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on here. And then the next factory that I built is this bad boy. I know we can go in and take a quick look inside since he's not see-through. I did go ahead and go with the... I really like this this setup here. But I was gonna say I went with the... logistics floor kind of design here with this factory. So we've got a decently tall logistics floor, lots of things being shuffled around in here, and this is where we're making all of our... yeah, something's not right. This is where we're making all of our ingots. This is just making ingots. And this is our heavy modular frames floor. So we're making 200 and not 200, that'd be crazy. 20 and a half, I think. 20 and a half heavy modular frames here. And then the rest of the floors are motors and some odds and ends. So most of this is motors, but essentially every floor looks like this. And we've got little things that make like these are yellow. Why is this yellow? Wire? Yeah, so I don't know, some kind of wire shortage here. One solitary wire. So there's something going on here. I'm not gonna stress too much about it right now. I'm not really here to debug, but you know, there's some little things that could use some debugging. Yeah, I mean, if we're not making enough stators, I mean, that actually could be bad. And again, the wire's being sent over from the other factory, so I'm gonna get distracted on my tour and I'm gonna start debugging because I saw a yellow light, and I don't like yellow lights, bros. I mean, I don't like that these are basically full of wire. You cannot get rid of the wire fast enough, and yet there are machines up there that don't have wire. You know, one possible solution is we don't really mess with this until we get Mark 6 belts. And then we come through here and upgrade key belts to Mark 6. I think it would probably really help. Maybe if your truck driver stopped crashing, I know. Mark 5 belts, oof. Well, I'm in phase 4. You can't make Mark 6 belts until you get to the tech level in which you can make them. So where does all your production from your factory go to? Well, the central storage. So when it finalizes its, when it makes its final items, those go to the central storage, which we talked about. We won't go into too much detail on this, but this is the computer factory. Mostly we make crystal oscillators here. That's what we make the most of, and we use these crystal oscillators in the next factory, the aluminum factory. Yeah, all of this is done with Mark 5 belts because that's the belts that we have. And those are the only belts that existed before 1.0, so. But yeah, we basically have a bus system working all of these items all the way up. And now underneath all of this, I haven't talked about that. The source of the raw resources is our subway station. And we are training everything up. And that includes when we need water. Water and oil in its liquid form are being trained up. And all the raw materials that we need in terms of iron ore and bauxite and all that shit. That's all being brought up. And we are above the red forest here. Need 1,200 belts? Well, sure. And I think I said that could be an easy fix. All your buildings turn into giant rectangles. They do tend to do that. I did have quite a challenge getting some of these in, especially the shard. You'd think that one took longer, but the shard here, absolute nightmare. Plus I was coming up with some of these techniques on the fly. And once I kind of was able to refine them, it made the construction of the other buildings much quicker and easier. Yeah, I didn't realize how high the city was. Yeah, everything's running up a giant train spiral. Sorry. I swear, I didn't even open my windows today or yesterday. We got brand new filters on. It's just, the eyes are just absolutely ridiculous. And then what we had to do is we had to stop because a lot of these factories used rubber and plastic as part of their inputs. Well, the rubber and plastic comes from the power plant. And this bad boy, now again, I am training up liquid trains, and there is this idea that has permeated through the Satisfactory community that liquid trains are unreliable, and I disagree. I've got perfect 100% efficiency out of this. Well, I mean, let's see. Let's take a look. If we see a red light at the end of this line up here, then we have an error. Nope, it's all green, baby. So what I'm doing up here is I am burning off the byproduct of compacted coal. And if we don't have enough byproduct to keep the last machine that's in the line at green, then that is an indicator to me that we are not firing at 100% on one of our many rocket fuel production blueprints. Probably not a 780 belt problem, probably some little thing that takes 2 hours to find. Yeah, no, I've got some, it's a throughput issue. I think a 1200 belt would make the problem go away easier, but I could absolutely solve that problem with the 780 belt. There's just a manifolding issue, or I don't know what it is, but there's definitely enough iron being, wire being sent there. There's just something that isn't quite right, or there's a misbalance, or something like that. So that's kind of what's happening over there. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to maybe wait until we have a better tool. But if we find that what's using stators in this other factory? It's not this factory. It's the computer factory. Electromagnetic control rods. I'm not going to worry about electromagnetic control rods, guys. We'll figure out that later. That one building looks like a Taco Bell Cinnamon Twist. It does, doesn't it? That building is based off of this one. I mean, I'd say we did pretty good. Liquid Trains for Life Club. Yeah, let's calm down. But yeah, no, this is 100% efficiency, and now I did struggle with getting this efficient, but it wasn't because of the liquid trains. It was because of an error on my part. I forgot to build the correct number of trains. I calculated that I needed 3, and I thought I built 3, but I only built 2. So and basically there were a lot of opinions on what was wrong while I was debugging it, but one of the going ones was, well, it's because you have liquid trains, but that is not the case. I'm very happy with this factory. This is probably my favorite factory of everything that we've built. I have a few secret tunnels in this. Speaking of secret tunnels, let's exit down through the belly of the beast. So again, this is the subway, and we've got our train spiral over there, and we have all of our various items being dropped off. And they look good. Yeah, but where's this going? Is this the one going to the shard? It doesn't matter. So this is our delivery tunnels. And there's a bunch of delivery tunnels in our secret tunnel. They need a buff though. They should carry twice as much to match the package throughput. Yeah, I think they should match the package throughput. They're at what, 16? You really should probably see 32. All of these little outcroppings here to the left are places that we already have or will soon have truck stops. And this is the end of the line, the rocket line. And we're back out on the freeway. I have one more thing to show you guys. Checking, making sure everything's good. So we're headed up to the hypertube launcher floor. So we're gonna get launched in a hypertube. Not just any hypertube, a hypertube that takes us out to the Dune Desert. All right. Here we go. There it is. It's my baby. Almost 100 hours spent on this thing. This is my raw resource train hub. And resource hub. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'm very happy with it. Let's run through this guy really quickly. Let's set that. Pop down here, and we have a giant logistics floor that we're starting to get hooked up and really used for all of our factories up in the city. And this is our intake floor. So it's really, we can send anything we want through here. I think I quit Satisfactory. Well, hopefully not because of me. So there you go. And every time we bring a new factory online, we need to kind of gather the resources and then load them onto one of these trains up here and send these trains here with the exact right amount and order and just to meet the need of each factory, because each factory's needs are different. right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set up a. Oh, that kind of scared me. I got scared. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I need to take 2 minutes to use the restroom, and I tend to do a little something like this. There you go. I love this little dolly thing. All right, so what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and I think I hit all the major points on the tour, so I think we're gonna get back to work. But if anybody has any questions, of course, hit me with them, and then in the meantime, I'll be right back, and 2 minutes or so, and I try not to leave you guys without any friends. All right, no friends left behind. So Twitch, here's your friend. 3, 2, 1, and YouTube, here's your friend. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, I am back. I took a second, I stretched, washed my face, got the camera back. Yep, I am back. 250 people watching on YouTube, with 21 likes on the stream. Thank you guys. Those do make a difference, and I appreciate them. You guys got to see some trains go by while I was gone. Let me get hooked back in here. All right. We now return you to your regularly scheduled program. Here lies the remains of Clifford. The last thing he heard, that's not that far down. Look, it was an accident. Doggo manslaughter. An accident, I tell you. Where is replacement? Clifford the Big Red replacement. Where is he? He was... Oh, here you are. Hey, buddy. You have anything for me? You're stuck in the ground. Clifford the Big Red replacement. Oh, you have some biomass. I don't want that. Why are you stuck in the ground? If I delete this, you'll fall to your death and I'll get in trouble again. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Your little doggo feet are stuck in there. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. Cause when the Clifford the Big Red doggo died, the channel revolted. So you're gonna stay stuck. Subscribed, Zarni Shine. Welcome. He got a banger shot for the break. I try. Eagle Trains by Freed Eagle Smith. Look it up on Spotify. Maybe. Hey Marcus, how's it going? Yeah, doggo with the angel wings. Nice. Nice. We need to have Mikey make a I'm in the middle of a kind of an art overhaul for the whole channel. We're gonna have a lot more emojis. We're gonna have a lot of stuff. Twitch is gonna get the biggest overhaul. I just don't have the kind of infrastructure built in on Twitch that I really need. YouTube's a little bit better, but YouTube's gonna get a little bit of overhaul in terms of membership icons, stuff like that. So a lot of that stuff is coming, but we'll definitely have to do an angel doggo for all the doggos that I've killed. There's only been 2. I've only killed 2 doggos. I killed one in my Update 8 playthrough that was about 900 hours, and one in this playthrough. Okay, it was an accident. Both instances were accidents. All right. Let's head back. So again, the goal for tonight is to make sure that we set the table for Friday night stream, where we will be beginning to build the Phase 4 space elevator part factories. Hey, can hope you are okay today. Yeah, I'm not as tired. I got a little bit of tiredness going on. My voice, I don't know. I think my voice is better. There's still some family stuff going on, which I've already talked about on the channel. I don't want to talk about it again. Not because I don't mind talking about it, but because I don't want to bore you guys or bring you down, mostly. But I already talked about it, kind of got some stuff off my chest, which is all I really was trying to get done anyway. You know, think out loud kind of a thing. We're gonna need some electricity. Electricity. Oh, you know what this means? We get to use the item booster, guys. It's item booster time. We are going to turn on concrete booster. So we should see a huge increase. We should be seeing 240 plus 780. Right? We should be seeing 1,000 concrete per minute. If we don't have 1,000 concrete per minute, then I've got maybe something stuck. Can we not double click anymore? I have to hold control. I can't remember what's stuck in there. What we were testing. So I'm just grabbing one of everything. How's that? Did we clear it? You know, I created another thing here. Clog clear. There's some clogs in there, and I can't remember what I was running through there. Let's go take a look at it. This is good for us to know anyway. Let's turn off clog clear. Let's go take a look. I just changed this system and I haven't yet had a chance to test it. This is basically our first real world test, and something's not quite right. I think it's something easy. I just can't remember what item is clogging it, because there will always be a minor clog, like a tiny clog. We can't overflow all of it. Okay, some of it is going to be between the smart splitter and the dimensional depot, and even though that distance isn't very long, you know. Central storage. So again, we're going up here. We're going to check on the dimensional depot item booster system that I made. Yes. Let's game it out through $1,000 software class. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much Satisfactory lore. I stepped away for a moment and missed something. There's something wrong with the Dimensional Depot uploader. I think I just have a clog, but I want to see what items specifically are clogging it. I'm confident that we had... Yeah, concrete booster is turned on. Where's my super suit? They're not flowing. This is on. Overabundance of empty canisters. There it goes. There we go. Now, are you guys clogged, or is it just this? Everything looks good. All right, that was the fix. Let's get back down to work. Actually, let's take... Sorry, that's the one I need. Here we go. Going down is always faster. So fast, I hit a wall, apparently. Well. What is happening here? I'm afraid to go through it again. Just get out of here. Let's get out of here. Is there a reason to not sync all the overflows? I do sync all the overflows. And I can't think of a reason. I create a very large stockpile, especially on the units for which I am. Yeah. I did just put that in. So here's basically the clogging, right? That is what's happening. But it looks like this. Right? And then you have a overflow over to the side, right? Well, there's still going to be a couple of items in the smart splitter. Now, I know that there's no real belt there, right? But I'm never going to be able to split away all of the material. But I can do the vast majority, and that'll be good enough. Sorry, my eyes are looking weird, guys. They're doing what happened last night. I'm a lot less tired than I was last night, but my eyes would bother me just as badly. I need to get back to my daily eye drops. So that's the plan there. I do a world tour sometimes. I'm basically finishing a world tour, my friend. Yeah, buffer items. Yeah. No worries. On that. It's kind of like I said, I just fixed that up a couple nights ago, and I haven't really worked it out. Like, worked out the bugs. Make sure that everything's working. But yeah, Rattan, we basically just finished a little world tour. We didn't go into great detail on anything, but I did kind of show kind of what we're up to. I did show off the factory designs. Most of my buildings are modeled off of real life buildings. This is the computer factory. It's making all these items at these quantities. That spiral building. Is there a specific video on how you built that design? It's crazy. Well, everything I have is in my VODs. All right, and so you can actually watch every minute of me building this. But I can walk through this a little. Basically what I did is I set up, the key is in the blueprints that I made. United Tower. I thought we had another pillar here. Yeah, that's for that. Basically, I made a set of blueprints. Centerpiece. This is the one. This is the one I couldn't find. All right, and so what I would do is I would take this and I would rotate it, right? 5 degrees. Right, and then I would build this bad boy. And then I would build this bad boy. Okay, and then I think the next one was... Yep, this one. And so the idea is just that I was able to, you know, really go quickly with these. Now I got in a rhythm and I knocked all these out. But that's how I did it. How do you activate the boosters via priority switch? I don't get it. They're activated. I'll show you. Okay. And this is canisters and any undefined. Okay. So let's drop in some concrete. Or for out there, concrete. I'm out. That's why we did this whole thing. Bunch of noise happening in my house right now. Somebody fell out of bed. Minikin, you're not still up, are you? Everything seems to be okay. Sorry for the distraction. Got 5 kids sleeping in the house in bed. Okay, so we have flow here, right? Now, what if we want to interrupt this flow? Well, what I've done is I have interrupted this flow with canisters. Okay. Now, what I have is up there, I have set up a packager and unpackager. We don't have any water with us, so we can't actually do this. For real. But we can imagine. And then I have some power hooked up to a priority power switch. And this is named Concrete Booster Test. Okay. Are you starting to see how this works? I agree, Korthal. Yeah. Yeah, and I've been working on different variations of this little trick since really summer of 2023. And I came up with an application for this little trick that was completely destroyed. Not the trick itself, but the application to which I applied the trick was completely destroyed by the introduction of dimensional depots. And now what I'm doing is kind of taking that and seeing if I can get any more use out of it with a new application. Hey, Nanobug. Okay, so it's really the blocking. All right, and so then what I do is wherever I am in the map, I can switch on. And again, if we look here, this is off. It doesn't have any power. I mean, obviously, this would be packaged water, right? Using empty canisters, but there's no power, right? But if I switch this on from somewhere on the map, and we find Concrete Booster Test, oh, it's Concrete Boster. See, now we have power, right? And if we had water, you see? So it does actually kind of work because it fills up the reservoir. It fills up the reservoir so much that we ran out of canisters. But do you see kind of how this works? And if we turn this off, and drop this back in, it blocks. All right, and so that way I can turn on and off the flow of the belt from anywhere on the map. There were multiple kind of variations to this. At one point I used a bunch of random iron ore and a thing for the follow and a item sink, powering up an item sink, but you know, that wasn't a closed loop because the iron ore would get sunk forever and you'd have to bring in infinity amount of iron ore and it was a pain in the butt. This is a lot better because it creates a closed system. Yep. Yeah, of course. Always feel free to ask questions on this stuff because, you know, I may have explained this or came up with it live, but, you know, that doesn't, just because you're watching now, doesn't mean that you have an obligation to have watched every VOD I've ever had. So, definitely, if you have a question, let me know. And chances are somebody else watching also has the question. They just don't have the guts or the wherewithal to ask it of me. So, please feel free to ask away. Checking my phone. No updates on you know who. Krypton, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. Jeff Bezos appreciates it, and so do I. But I think I appreciate it more than Jeff Bezos does. Although maybe not. Yeah, Bezos bucks. We really need to build out this final corner here. And then we can start talking about our plans for our new factory that we are starting on the next stream, Friday night stream. I wonder if they'll add circuit stuff similar to Factorio that doesn't require bottlenecks to stop flows. Well, they have said probably not, but that was under the context of a free update. I think circuitry is the perfect thing that they could use for a major expansion, like a paid expansion, and these guys deserve it, man. This game is amazing. I've logged 2,600 hours in this thing, and I paid what, $30 to do so. Talk about my return on my investment. So I'd be happy to pay for a paid expansion in this case. So that's the feeling I got, is that the no was like a no for now on circuits. But keep in mind, you can do a lot of stuff with merger splitters in this game, to ratio stuff that you can't with splitters in Factorio. True. To me, the biggest limiting factor, and kind of, is maybe trite, but I lost my train of thought there. Sorry. I got distracted. Oh, the expansion and the circuitry. The Factorio and sorry, I'm regaining my train of thought. I was just gonna say the biggest difference between Satisfactory and Factorio is the fact that crap, I lost Twitch. I didn't lose my ISP because I still have YouTube. Twitch has some sort of stupid problem. This happened a few weeks ago. Shoot. This happened a few weeks ago. It doesn't want it. There's some sort of thing. It says my stream key is bad. But then if I were to reload OBS, everything would be fine. The problem with that is I would have to reset my YouTube stream, which I don't want to do. Any production tips for a beginner? Yes. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, sorry guys. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna link the YouTube stream into the Twitch channel. We only had like 15 viewers on Twitch, which you're important to me, but I don't want to reset my 300 viewers on YouTube for that. I wouldn't, even if there was more of you, I probably wouldn't do that. So let me get the live stream link, and anybody that's watching on Twitch can pop over to YouTube. I've been meaning to Um, there's so this multi-streaming thing. When I started doing it, you know, actually it was like 18 months ago. When I started doing it 18 months ago, there was only a handful of tools that allowed the dual streaming. Now there's a lot better and different tools, and I've been meaning to switch it over, and this may be the thing that catapults me. Yeah, it happened after you subbed. Yeah, it's definitely your fault. This may be the thing that pushes me over the edge to change out how I multi-stream. I am in the middle of kind of a total overhaul for my channel, so we're trying to fix things up and move from more of an amateur-y type of, you know, setup to a more and more professional setup. So yeah, if you were watching me on Twitch, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It happened a couple of weeks back. I'm gonna redo how I multi-stream. Right now I'm doing a vertical. It's called the Adium app. I have a plugin that allows me to do it. But Stream Elements has their own multi-streaming as part of their dashboard now, and it's really something that I need to use through Stream Elements instead of this third party. We have the concrete booster on. Doesn't look like we're getting 1,000 per minute here, does it? None of the rest of these boosters are on. Maybe that thing got clogged again. I could turn on. Iron plate, iron rods. There's something funky happening. We're just getting a god-awful amount of concrete. I don't want to fly back up there and try to fix it. We're almost done with this. It's a little irritating, to be honest. All right, let's turn off the. It's jobs like these that I freaking designed the thing for, and now it's not working, and I'm not 100% sure why. I've already gone there once to debug. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna look into tomorrow. So I have tomorrow off from streaming. I'll look in tomorrow to redoing my vertical or my dual streaming setup to try to get something that isn't buggy. All right, guys. So I apologize for that. Let's catch back up on chat. Can't throw enough money at them? Yeah. Kryptonics Gaming, I wish they would just fix the Z-axis rotation to make it easier to build curved roads. Yeah, they've talked about that too, in terms of new foundations. I You want them to be able to, if you hold control, do tiny rotations on like a blueprint. That would be nice. That would be nice. There is some things that you can do. Or give blocks that are already 1 degree and 10 degree. They did talk about that, and that's not going to happen anytime soon. It's more complicated than it sounds, basically. Like triangular blocks that you can, build curves into. Tier Harvester, I want the expansion for Satisfactory to be on the station. Well, we can have both things, right? We can have, story-wise, the expansion to be on the station, and then and using the parts that we sent up. That would be cool. And then have logic as well. I think that would be great. Hard to be a pro stream setup with 5 kids running around. Well, here's the trick: they're not running around; they're all in bed. This is why I stream in the middle of the night when my eyes look like this, because I can't see, because I've already worked an entire day of work. Can we stream on YouTube Music? Can we stream on YouTube Music? I'm not sure what you're asking, Patrick. He got booted from Twitch because they need the bandwidth for bikini streams. Hey, look, if that's all we need, I mean, we can get creative. All right, I just take off the shirt, roll up the towel, and we can join in. All right, whatever it takes. Those cataclysmic issues all the time. You really never can have prolonged peace. Hope it all sorts itself out. I know, I just fix problem after problem after problem. Exactly, or just pre-foundations. Yeah, I'm doing the crosswalk trick to turn it 5 degrees. Yeah. Okay, any production tips for a beginner? So, not exactly a production tip, but the biggest tip that I always give beginners is to not be afraid to delete things. You're gonna build a factory and you're not gonna like it, and you're gonna feel like, oh well, I don't like this, but I need to progress. Right? Somewhere around, like, it's gonna hit you around reinforced iron plates, or maybe smart plates. And you're gonna be like, well, but I need to keep going. I need to, keep going down this road here. Well, you're gonna feel a draw. I'm not gonna stand here and wait for this to go. You're gonna feel a draw to, like, a conflict. And what I would say is just don't be afraid to stop, take your time, delete, and rebuild if that's what you want to do. If you don't want to do that, then great. Also, it's okay to start the whole save over. I started over multiple times, without beating the game. So, sometimes you get to the point in the game where you have increased your skills so much so quickly that you look back at a factory that maybe you built even just a couple hours ago, and you think to yourself, holy crap, I could do this so much better. And I think it's okay. Do what you want in the game. And really just boils down to, if you don't like it, delete it. As soon as I kind of adopted that philosophy, I started enjoying the game a lot more. Maybe I will volunteer a bikini shop for you. I am going to the beach for your vacation. Yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna take this to the next level. Next level, boys and girls. We're gonna have a whale watching stream. Maybe a toga stream would fit him more than a bikini, but he'd need the laurel branch for his head. It's true. I think I was born in the wrong century. There were times in the world where, big guys, were appreciated. Something is majorly wrong with the flow. Something's broken. I'm gonna go up there and we're gonna fix it again. We need to figure out what's going on. I don't remember it doing this before we made that change. Yeah, don't rush. Yeah, this isn't like Factorio or Mindustry or basically any other factory that you've played. There's no outside influence making you have to go faster. Now, Ada would like to think she's trying to make you go faster, but you don't have to listen to Ada. She's full of shit, metaphorically. You rush to aluminum? Yeah, I would say it is okay and even recommended to rush to coal power. You got to get rid of that other power. Coal power is very, very good. I don't know what's going on here. I'm frustrated. Yeah, back in the 80s. Not sure. Not sure what you're saying, Patrick. See, this isn't flowing, and I'm not sure why. Clogged. Still clogged with plates and shit. Plastic? Bro, that's plastic. What doesn't belong here? This is the problem with it. Two, two, one. See, nothing's being loaded in. Maybe it doesn't like... It must not like how closely I built this. It's a little frustrating, to be honest. To be fair... I built it too close. I mean, these belts exist, and I tested it, and it seemed to be working, but today... It's not working today, and today's the only day that matters. Come on. Trapped. We're trapped like rats. No hair and one leg. All right, we got to change all these. Okay. It's kind of irritating we have to do this twice, but that happens in this game. All right, just a little belt action. And we're good to go. So apparently I accidentally deleted the wrong thing, and now that we got that fixed. All right. I think we're looking good on this. Yeah, I deleted a splitter. I know, I saw. We got it all fixed up. Come on. Why is this one so screwed up? I forgot to delete that, maybe? Looks like some of these are getting their connecting belts. Some of them aren't. I would have sworn I was gonna wait. Thinking. All right. And we'll step there. This isn't really what I planned on doing tonight. You know, but desperate times and all that. A drink of a non-alcoholic nature. Now that elevator doesn't work. Yeah, I rebuilt the belts though. Okay. I did it again. A shit show. All right, fixed. I think this one's set. One more. Make a blueprint with just a dimensional depot and a blueprint next feature. I don't know. It's pretty small. That blueprint connect needs more room. And I'm trying to keep this on the edge of the platform. I mean, it might work. Stop deleting the wrong thing, sir. A little bit smarter way of doing it now that I'm done, basically. All I did was filter for a Mark V belt. Okay. Come on, get in there. I don't care what you smell. Yeah, it's hard to get an angle in there. There we go. Those are the numbers we want to see. We gotta climb, baby. You say I did. You say I didn't. I say I did. Yeah, I think this is all good. Was it over here? We go around in circles now. It. I'll let that go. I think it's referring to this scene or this swarm splitter. Deep put in the splitter. Yeah. Well, we should be able to clear this. I mean, this is getting loaded. It's getting loaded. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure everybody's getting uploaded. There we are. This is looking good. Iron rods. Okay. I'm gonna call that one done. I feel like these guys are a little bit overserved. Too many items. Like old items that are stuck. A little blueprint for this was the right call. I could have made a blueprint that included all of these pieces and just knocked it out and then connected the belts. That's what I should have done. And I don't need to use auto connect with it, just a regular blueprint. All right, so we got to finish this. I kind of want to just fly out there. Here we go. It's so little left. Yeah, it's a cool system when it's working. Yeah, it's a little temperamental for sure. And even the overflow that I have, it's got its own problems too, right? Because if it's on, I don't know. I mean, if it's on, it's sending everything it has to the sinks. How do you determine? You would need like another switch to determine whether or not you want. A certain, I don't know. I'll have to think on it. I don't know if I can. I definitely can't solve it tonight. Come on, get in your home. All right. Almost there. This may be the last tiles that we build on our city. At least the platform. All right. Do we have enough done for Friday night? I feel like we do. Friday night, we start planning. Planning both the location and shape and position of the factory, but also planning the machines that will go in it. Oh, let's do this. Concrete booster needs to go off. I mean, this looks so good. Curvature, the on-ramp. I mean, our trucks have to go through the center of the building. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think we're ready. At least close enough. We got to plan out exactly how big our cylindrical towers are going to be, all this stuff. There's a lot of work to do. All right. We're at 4 hours again. I'm having a hard time keeping my eyes open, not because I'm tired, because of the damn allergies that I've got. So I'm not sure the best way to solve that, except for I'll be a little bit more diligent with my eye drops. But I think we're gonna wrap this up because I did accomplish the goal here, and you know, we'll figure out the rest of the roads as we build out that side of the city. That should do it. Rest up, man. Yeah. So 2 nights from now, we're going to be Friday night stream, and we're going to be hitting this new factory hard. All the planning aspects, position, size, maybe height, and start building out the factory. And we can start putting the roads around the factory. And we're also going to be doing planning of the factory. How many Phase 4 space elevator parts we're going to make. So it's pretty exciting because I am all caught up to where I was when we were in, when we paused to do the city. All right, I could have done that. I could have continued and made the space elevator parts then, but we're going for a little bit different strategy. Ray says, don't forget to like the stream and check out the Discord. Links are in the description. Also, check out the shop for some lovely paintings done by his wife. Yep, that's true. The shop is full of paintings that have been completed by my wife. Oh, I forgot to get her a picture of what she was working on. See if I can remember to do that. Anyway, guys, we're out of here, and there's no Twitch stream. I'm going to try to fix that this tomorrow. And of course, I've got editing on Thursdays. That's why I take it off. And I'm going to get a lot of sleep. And we're going to bust out the Red Bull. We're going to bust out some whiskey. And we're going to hang out on Friday night. And we're going to figure out how we're going to build these towers. All right. So that's it for me. Let me save. And again, Twitch crashed, so there's nobody to raid. I don't know what I typed. All right, Cyberpunk theme VOD 106. Yep. Sorry, these last 2 streams have been short, guys. Red Bull and whiskey? Yeah, but not together. Yash Jonas, looks really good. Appreciate it. All right, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask my Discord, or I will see you in about, I don't know, 45 hours or so, 44 hours. I gotta rest my voice too. I will try my best to rest my voice over the next couple days. All right, guys. That's it for me. And I will see you guys in a few, and we'll see if we can get some longer streams in 4 hours. All right? As long as I can see. When I talk to you guys again, my grandpa will probably be no longer with us. But one day at a time, and we're expecting it any time, which is sad, but at least we got to spend all the time we wanted with him. Well, not all the time we wanted, some time. And you know, we'll see. I'm expecting the news tomorrow. You know what? It's life. We'll make it through it. I'll make it through it. My family will make it through it, and we'll figure it out, and you know, we'll prepare better for ourselves. So, all right, guys, have a good